Well, well, well. Hello, Nicholas. Hello, Vespers. Where's my gamepad? Like on the other side of the room. Fuck. Hello, Mark. Where is that cable? Ooh. Oh, are you? Foul creature. Right there. Hmm. Yes, it is very over. Infinitely over. Shaved? No. Didn't. What makes you think that? This looks like not work. Yeah. Why do you think I started streaming? No, it's not work anymore. This is spoiler. That's why it says Endwalker right there. Your chin appears more. Thank you, Marcus. Very nice. Very kind of you. Very happy to hear. So, do I play any sports games? Well, let me answer that question. Of course I play sports games. Genova not allowing new chars? That's pretty much all servers at all times. Why, are you waiting for... Oh, are you trying to make a new character? Because you don't want to actually finish the game and get the Shadowbringers or anything? More Final Fantasy 14? Well, yeah. It's gonna be for a while. I'm not like Kibbs. I don't stream like one thing every other day. I stream one thing forever until I give up and then play something else. There we go. We're playing sports games. It's good. Good that you can't make any new characters. That's good. I'm very happy for this. Eat shit! Eat my backswater, bitch! Lose? Yeah, I'll probably lose. It's total RNG if you can win or not. Because you get put against AI when there's no one queuing. It waits for like 20 seconds and then it just throws you into a bunch of bots. And it's just completely random if the bots are like 10 times stronger than you. Sometimes, like, they're just like literally half the map in front of you. Sometimes they can literally not catch up. It's total RNG. Yeah, eat that backswatter, bitch. What does my Chocobo have none? He has 30% XP bonus. That's what he has. I'm just trying to get... No, it doesn't. There's like barely any difference. You get like 1,000 no matter what you do. Ah! Come on, we can do it! We can do it! We can do it! Good place, nice. $1,100. That's pretty much you get every single time. Thing rank 32. I just want to get to rank 40. Well, that's your fault. You curate your own timeline, dude. If you follow people who post cum burgers on your timeline, then you're gonna have cum burgers on your timeline. That's just how it works. You know? Let's do another race. I'm level 90 now, by the way. So now we have the new super combo. You do that, and then you press it a couple of times. It just summons like infinite amounts of mega swords. There we go. More Chocobo racing. I was gonna say then we'll do a dungeon, but then I realized, wait, I'm already level 90. No point in doing a dungeon. Oh, well, eat that bag's garbage. Oh! Oh. I almost avoided it. No! No! Did I just get back as watered? I think so. Whoops. I miss Christmas caroling. I do not miss Christmas caroling. I've never done this. I'm too old for that shit. You just need to get some kids. Just have some kids, Marcus. Then you can all go Christmas caroling together. Out of my way. I mean, if my parents made me go Christmas caroling, I would be very, very angry. But, I mean, each their own, I suppose. Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! Hey, bitch! I can do that too. Ordered some magnesium. Nice. Hey, Drumstick, you son of a bitch. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Were you the one once concerned about fibromyalgia? I like posted about it once as a joke. And Oath got on my case, saying it was fake. But yeah. Anyway. See if we can dye this shield. We can just keep using it. Now, we're gonna go and do some mega spoilers. And light plates are not allowed anymore. But I'm almost through the story. And after that you'll be allowed again. I'll let you know when I start leveling my monk. Holy shit, this place is laggy. See ya. First, I'm gonna go and do this. That meme about men getting socks and underwear fucking hits me like a truck. What meme is that? Are you sad or happy about that? Not sure what you're saying. What swords do we have? Mithrite something something. The Giga Hilt. I don't like the Giga Hilt. Giga Hilts are not cool. I mean, I guess. I need socks? Wool socks? Yeah, you do. What happens if you dye the sword? This sword could maybe work if you dye it. Not sure what to dye it as, though. Could just make it black. No. Ask for bourbon? Yeah, that works. Okay, so Fang Wolf black. I don't think I put in all of my gear here yet. Let's see. Augmented Crypt Lurker. Oh, that was the wrong one. Oh no, you're full! Got too much shit here. Can't you put these in the dresser? Like, I kind of liked having the American character, because it wasn't like tainted with all this trash that I have here. Now I have to like sort through everything. I have to repair. I asked, my mom kept asking me what I wanted for Christmas, and I'm like, I have no clue. And then after a while I was like, because she showed me, she has like a bowl made out of stainless steel. And it comes with a lid where you can like put in some kind of like shredder thing, so you can like just shred things right into the bowl. So I said, give me one of those, and then I said, like, give me some what do you call it? Bed stuff. Like for... What the fuck is lakan in English? I hate English. Yeah, bed sheets. For and the rest. I've worn them out because I've like used them forever without changing them. So I've like changed them when they started like fraying. And I think you should change them before that, but that's just how it is. Alright. Do I still want this shield? This shield is pretty nice. But does it fit? Yeah, it fits. But now we have to equip the real gear that we're using right now. Where is it? There it is. Hide that. Unequip the gloves. There. World Unsundered, Elvis. We have traveled back in time. And we're visiting the world 12,000 years ago. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Robin. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for it. What are you guys saying? The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Talk to me. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emetzelk and Hythlodeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous lifeform. Hythlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, and then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main isle. After, we check if there are any things here. I think there's a thing over here. It's either here or it's up there on the other island there. Hard to say. the northeast. I think it's up there. Seems a little bit far away. Yeah. Alright. I made some bread. I'm waiting for the bread to cool. Then I'm gonna make some tea. Hopefully it turned out alright. Why did you make these? Like, what did you think? What did you expect? You made like demon dogs, and you're expecting them to fit into the natural cycle of life? Fucking idiot. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. They can fly? The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Robin handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. Why did you make demon devil dogs that can fly? I will render assistance to Emmet Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Me and my dog. Me and my son. Gonna go hunt some wolves. What is it doing up there? Why is the dog flying? I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. Why did you make flying demon devil dogs that can shoot fireballs? Like, but fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Hey bro! Whoa! Why is this fire alive? Why is it shooting me? Really tanky fire. Two. Where's my chocobo?
Now.
Send.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Who's the red one? He's a big dog.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew.
No.
Fly high. Fly free.
We are in the Amarotians' testing grounds, where they create life forms to put into the world.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
All right, I guess. But yeah, the dogs were super evil. Like, they made super duper super mega evil dogs that could fly and like shoot fireballs, and they were like super aggressive. And then the dogs killed everything around them, like constantly. That was all they did. So they were like, this creation sucks ass. We have to like kill them all. And he was like, no, we can't do that. There's poor doggies. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Robin? Will you continue along with us? Yes. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis, and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorosis. Are you sure they're not dragons? Yeah. The dragons don't even exist right now. They haven't even arrived out from space, because we were in the past. I think this is closer. A little bit closer. I am calling it now. The little bird lady is the last. Why is my shitcoin crashing? They're all crashing. Like, every single one I have has gone down like 50%. It's insane. From here, we follow the path towards Notoneus. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? But yeah, the little bird girl is the last boss. I'm calling it now. He is the girl boss. By followers and viewers? Says I'm gay 1555. Why doesn't it work to block that link? It's so stupid. Like, I've added vk.cc and it just doesn't work. we're blocking I am gay. There, bye-bye. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. It is poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion. So don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are, Notoneus. This teleporter will take us to Kalimelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Hell yeah.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poitin Oikos.
Poitin.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
That's not what they're called. They're called brigands.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Shark person?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Whoa!
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Paladin!
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Or it's rather, it's the woman who becomes Paladin.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
That's me!
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Huh, you know I am. Now then, you are? say, have you perchance come from the future?
Yes. No.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I don't know. Like, that doesn't seem to really matter if we do.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
So angry.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Well, you didn't exactly send me. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered aureus, which made off with it. An aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before it being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please! Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poitin Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Hello there, where are you? Melanion? It's a curl. It's a curl with horns. Hello there, I'm gonna kill you. They don't mind. Damn! Well, it's cool now. They actually kind of made the class more boring. And they really did a lot. Or did this a lot with the tanks. Where they just introduced, like, skills that you press that just make you press one skill, like, 5 times in a row. And now, with Paladin, instead now you press the same button, like, 9 times in a row, and it's just really weird. Don't really like the direction they're taking that. It's just uninteresting. It's taking forever to build a castle? Yeah. Probably would. What am I looking for, dude? Search for the concept crystal. I don't see shit. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Oh, he does live at home. And he does rely on his parents. But I mean... Yeah, he gets like an allowance from his mom and then he pays it back. Here somewhere. The northwest. That's this direction. Hello, Mon. Who are you? Those fish that swim up waterfalls. Mayhap they would be able to climb more efficiently if we slimmed down their bodies to reduce friction. What's this guy doing? Ah! Let me up! Let me up! There. It's finally time to test our creation's capability for flight. We mean to start from a modest height in case there are any unintended mishaps. Just gonna make him jump and fly? He's gonna break his legs, dude. Dude, he does have pretty big wings. Why did you guys make these? I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. I always feel much better after taking a short respite, to converse and debate with my associates. The Assassins, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Asm into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper, when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Whoa, shit! Fuck. It looks nice enough. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching. For ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Asm, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Pericles. What was on the agenda for today? There was the observation of the abysses here, and after that... The what? Bureau of the Architect. If you must know, blah 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 blah, something. Oh, hello there. I haven't seen you before. Did someone create you just recently? No. What is he saying? Maybe you do too. Maybe you do too. Would it? Wait, what? Maybe you do too. Would explain why it's taken such a liking to you. Well, this stinks. Oh, maybe you do too. Okay. Haha. Hey, what the hell? I am a taxonomist, an artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Aetheris, such as these creatures you see here, with names befitting their natural beauty. What are these? Are you quite all right? Even for a mere familiar, you appear to be suffering from a most distressing dearth of ether. Do let me know if you require help, yes? They're so nice. You needn't be nervous around Vana. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Yeah. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
Sweetmeats?
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Where do we start? Calamity called the final days has befallen world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Blah blah blah, explaining 4 expansions of content to them. Then, me and Alfino went into Ishgard.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
while not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Bird girl, bird girl, bird girl. Hermes and Metean are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
I'm gonna make some tea. See if the bread is edible. 5 minutes is like the absolute minimum for a bread with like a 35 minutes cook time. Be okay in my own. Pretty good, I think. Alright. Let's hope there's some more voice acting. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteor. And I have a good idea where we might begin. Put on your clothes, dudes! Can't run around here with normal clothing. Driving your cars? Show some respect. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis. And from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Oh, well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vena. Anything to be of service? What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The Chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. I shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you might need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Robin. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with these Timaeus. I'm not a child. Stop treating me like a child. 230 yards away. The northeast. Leave me alone. It's gonna be up here, maybe. That is my guess, at least. They look like putting things up on things. Yep. Yes, yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wished to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be tracked back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Blah 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 blah. Timaeus launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying lifeforms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations. Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form, above all else, are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotion, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if you came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up this subject? I am flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. No? As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I've finished for the day. We can teleport back, so let's go and grab this, whatever it is. Wherever it is. Someone's here mining. Do you have mining permission? What the fuck? To the north. Well, we can't go there yet, it seems. Good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Yeah, why didn't I mention that earlier? So these siblings of her now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetea Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. I feel like the end of days, or the final days, was somehow set into motion by probably Fandaniel, or someone for like either something that's very sad is going to happen soon, and it's like something to have to do with that, or I think the intention is to basically eradicate mankind because they're playing God They're literally God. Like they're seeding the planet with species that like make it into the perfect paradise or whatever. And in so doing, they like keep creating life, and then they destroy them like over and over again. And Fandaniel is really against that, it seems. So I think he's just trying to set the planet on like a natural course instead. The tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, the facility where they achieve all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short, and we shall see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. But what I like with this expansion so far is that you don't actually know anything. Because the other expansions, it's been very like from the first second, you're like, that's the bad guy, this is what's gonna happen, and then that happens. It's not really very high expectations for them to surpass. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointments. Indeed. So, if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Venat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight, which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasio's thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venat. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do, I'm sorry you haven't died yet. It's very sad. His arrest well deserved, and long overdue, I should think. How greatly we have prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zen. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is such a culture of contemplation. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much endearing passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasius Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Metabasios. The tower ahead is still part of Perpetua Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mistress Venat, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Mistress Venat, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Oops. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Well, speak for yourself. I'm kind of rushed here. Voice acting.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
As beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Whoa! And then I killed Emmett Selk.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. Passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful.
I've been biting myself like
Lands
twice a
that
day for
stretched
I don't
on
know how long.
forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Dot 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 dot.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I have an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Fucking car. And another reason why I think that Meteon is literally what's destroying the world is because Midgard's armor, when he came to Hydaelyn, he said that Hydaelyn was the last bastion of hope in like the entire universe. So Hermes sent a bunch of Meteons out to like every inhabitable planet, like, and then they all just burp, and then they all just died and like destroyed the planets. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted him in the southeast, rising from an isle. She could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the island in question. Let's take a look, shall we? All the way down? Oh. I see 2 flying quests there. There's only one more to find. But it's up there somewhere. Oh. God. Man, I used to think it was so weird when I was a kid. When my grandma would make now sounds like that. She would like a reverse burps, like how I do them like 24/7. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. No, I haven't done the quests yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Hey, bro. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Robin here over to that island? ... Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Excuse me? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. I don't want to hit a girl, though. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. I'm going to kill Heidelin. Dog! The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Well, in that case, let me put on my gear, bro. Prove your strength, Divina.
Let neither side hold back.
Cleos. Ouch! It like insta-gibed me.
My blade sings!
Circumzenithal Arc. Fuck. My blade sings.
My blade sings!
I feel so burnt out after playing Mountain Blade Warband. What?
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Mouse's Mantle. Don't kill me! Oh, she switched weapon. You can't do that.
No quarter.
She's playing and dancing.
Have a taste.
Whoa!
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Argos Mantle. Now she's switching to Conjurer. Ow! Okay.
Prepare yourself.
Hey no, hey no, hey no. Gonna take an afternoon nappy? Ah, fish.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Nighty night. Or evening, I don't know what to say about that. Whoa! Uh-oh. No. Fucking Mork and Mindy. I'm the only one old enough to remember Mork and Mindy here. No. Don't kill me.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Gotta mash the button soon. Nope, no button mashing. Ow!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough. Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention all the
We
side
have
quests.
both learned much on our journeys.
Oh, now I'm good enough. Stupid dog.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below, and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Yeah, sure. Let me just switch over. Why am I bothering putting on the pants? What do the pants even look like? Like, why did you give me a pair of pants? Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. For a lot of pain on my dopamine receptors, I haven't noticed it. Argos motions to his back with his muscle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop off. Isn't this pleasant? Argo certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noe something? Ah. Noe Tophorion. Noe Tophorion. Quite a striking specimen, isn't it? Is it not? Yes? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Travel to the past? Yeah, all the time.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Oh no,
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking.
Is that it? They just found aliens and the aliens
Their
came and killed us?
conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike. How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence.
Is it literally just Zeramus again?
Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul. And yet? What does that mean? That means I know something, but I don't know what it is.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
I hate apples,
We
dude.
must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
It's aliens. It's gonna be
Then
aliens.
settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
It would also be how the dragons came here. Because Hermes found the dragons. And the dragons, for some reason, probably the same reason, had to escape. And then they knew about Hytland because of that. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Katisis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoselitikos Boreas. Ethoselitikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Robin, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined to release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Katisis itself. I touched upon the practice before back in the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poiten Oikos. Poiten Oikos. Poit. Is there an... No. It's a teleporter, it's not an etherite. This appears to be the teleporter Bernard told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. But first, where is my final ether current? It's here somewhere. Ophiotaurus. What's an Ophio? Well, whatever. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Emmett Selk! And Hythlodeus. Furthermore, we have confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. ... This does not mean I believe your ridiculous story. But as Emet-Selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. How lovely. Our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emet-Selch for his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past, if I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next isle over. Meteion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Are we taking the Kafka approach yet? I'm not sure how poisoning entire castles is solving anything in this situation. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Right. Oh, can't get it because I can't fly. This appears to be the teleporter to Misopsis Euros. Misopsis Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in the Elpsis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let those creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I have also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. Huh? They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Robin, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Robin can handle them. He did survive a bout with Venat, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Why do you force this on me then? Gonna put my gear on. They're big! They're huge! Whoa! Ah! Where is he hiding? Oh! Oh! Where is he? Where is he? He would be really mad that I killed this many of them. Just to find him. Dude, he's nowhere. There he is. Oh, Mityon. Robin? Where did you come from? Robin, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Silk company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yes, sorry dude, I killed like all of your test subjects here. Well, they're not his test subjects, they're more like his babies, to be honest. You spoke with Hermes then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amalot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that is. I was prepared to swoop in if needed be, but 'tis clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. Why am I always so forward-thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes. Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
Blah 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 blah. We're standing here talking for like 5 hours now.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether. encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It's not super random.
It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I was right, by the way. It was aliens. Because they had shown before, like this, he sent her sisters out into the universe to like look for life. And apparently they have some kind of like mechanism to connect themselves like that. And she also looked up into the sky before. Like there was something there. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Doesn't seem to be down here then. pointing me upwards. How do I get back up? God damn it! Leave me alone. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Is that where she is? Nope. Oh, where are you? Hey. She's gonna end up being down here after all. It seeps into my mind. Our voices, reporting. No, no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. There. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Lotus. Don't kill me, Lotus. There. What do you call those guys? A Kantha. Ah, this is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Robin. Follow her voice. Not there. How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be! Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. So I looked up Zeramus, and Zeramus is the last boss in Final Fantasy IV, and I think the Asians are actually based on that on Zeramus. But I don't think this has anything to do with that. You strange cat, blah blah blah. She's elsewhere. Okay. I mean, she likes hiding behind things. Where are she? Where is she? Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetherius. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Robin, you mustn't listen. Oh my god. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Metea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Metea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteon. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why did you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emmet Silk solidified your presence when we met you. Don't be absurd, I can hardly challenge ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from you. Which is why we must all work together. Robin will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift, ethereal downpour. Very clever. And thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it would prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Robin and Emmet Self will be our tracker and trapper respectively, whilst we others predict and obstruct Meteion's avenues of escape. Emmet Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Alright, let's have a chat first. Now, did Meteion go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, they will need to take the lead. Scout cyborgs? They're not cyborgs though, they're literally just made out of magic. Pretty much. But everyone is in this world. Everything consists of ether. And ether is literally just energy, in a sense. The only thing that differs a person from, like, let's say an elemental or something, is that we have a core that they call the soul. And everything else is just like magic. You calm your mind. Blah 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 blah. But you fail to hear her voice. Nothing this way? We'll try another route then. Oh no, you're gonna get wet! Oh. Oh, he's wet. She is here somewhere. Calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. That's why teleportation is a thing. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide them, where no one can find me. Meteion's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake. As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. That's what the etherites are. These big crystals that you have everywhere that you can attune yourself to. They're like beacons in the ethereal currents. And when you teleport, you, like, dissolve yourself into ether, and then you travel on the currents. After you focus your focus on one of those beacons. You can just copy that and paste it into another place in space and time. Well, that's how Star Trek transporters work. I wouldn't say it's quite the same here. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There is no need to run, Meteor. Robin? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. No, we can't use that. M itself can't run that fast. He doesn't help, he's just standing there. Help me, dude! An angry flying fish is attacking us. Are you blind? Not another one. Fine. Oh, we can have a little chat over here. Discuss the teleporter. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. There, I see her. Oh, we're on level 87 quests now. Then I'm expecting a dungeon soon. And we're like 70% through now. Not there? What? Where are you then? Over in the water again?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
He's summoning his Sleipnir thing.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Okay. That was random.
You fool!
Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteon's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answer to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Hermes is headed to Ktisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Bernard? Robin? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea. We go. Oh, they teleported me there? Very, very, very kind. Very kind. I mislike the look of this. I saw naught out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. What does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter their premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen to fit drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Well, now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmet Selk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Ah? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Robin, so 'tis only right that you should lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteion. And then we will face the future together. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamics. To think that a power with potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe in your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteon. And if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Catesis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you, not with Vena and Emmett Selk at your side. And I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. Out of the way, bunny. Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, once and all. Soul Seer, the third seat, all-rounder. You are going to heal me? But first, bathroom. And now we enter Hyperborea. Yes. But it's spelled with an I in the middle of the Hyperborea E and A.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Come on, Emmett Selk. Aye. Alright, bother this is going to be. He's such a whiner. It seems he's determined to protect Meteon. Alright, what's this? Guide to Catesis Hyperborea. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Catesis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. While your creation will be able to survive, in the wider world? Or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. But like I said, pretty much everything is named after something like that. Right now we're in the past with these dudes, and their capital is called Amarot. And in I don't know exactly what it is, but like the story of Utopia or whatever that we have, there the capital is called Amarot. So that's basically what this is based on, I think.
I see you opening.
What the fuck? You can't use Arrow 3? You removed that spell. That's bullshit. I like that spell. No, I'm still not level 90 in the dungeon. It won't let me use my big sword nuke. Who is it that uses... Oh yeah, he's a bard. Never mind. And Emmet itself, he's just a black mage. Ancient Blizzard. Can't see anything. Some pearls, some fire lines. Why, I have no idea. Catisiosis netos. Catinos. Hello, Catinos.
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
Go! No, don't go in there! Come on. Heal faster. It does actually serve a purpose to use your defensive cooldowns here, even if you're just fighting like one enemy. Because the healer is actually using damage spells. Which means they do a little bit more damage if you pop some cooldowns. Lissa. Hello, Lissa. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. Then we have no choice but to force him. True. Oh, an impressive concealment ability. That the power of ice could be used this way. Blah blah blah. The fuck? Oh! Icy cold. Icy what? Once you have the upgraded Shelton, the block ability, I don't think there's much point. How do you know? How do you know? In using the defensive cooldowns in response to
I'm not entirely useless.
tank busters. Because it reduces damage taken by 15%. So if I use another ability that also reduces damage taken, then they don't stack, you just get the highest one.
Mine is the ether. Mine is the ether.
Out of my way!
Kind of lame, boss. I don't really get what he's doing. But it's also the first boss. Oh, okay, you have to look at the footprints. He's just running around in a circle, and they stop there. That means that's where he is. So. That was my first thought, but I didn't really see that they ended anywhere. Did we get? We got Physiosi's Mask of Maim. Alright. Sauron helmet.
I'm not entirely useless.
Have a taste. Have at you.
Not entirely useless, he says, and then he shoots a bunch of laser beams all over the place constantly.
Stay away!
Why?
I see you opening.
I really don't get what he's doing right now, what he's talking about. Like, why did he take her and leave? Little bit confused about that part. I guess we'll find out. There. Just looking for that. Of course, no tank items.
Have a taste. Have a taste.
That's his unique spell. It creates small black fart clouds. Very cool. Very cool. And itself.
Have at you.
Observation journal. According to Mistress Lissa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf. And indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evident by its ability to employ tools. While the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words, if this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Big dog.
haste.
Laidon Lord. Goodness me, what manner of thinking is behind this? There truly is no accounting for taste. Yeah, it's a guy with 3 snakeheads. Why? All seen ether. And what are you gonna do with that? Heinrich Brack. Where do you think you're aiming, dude? Okay, now you just need to stand behind him, or in front of him. Okay. But behind him is also safe for all of them. I don't know. Kind of weird boss designs. They don't... Okay, what's happening now? Never mind. Forward, to the left.
Have at you! No tank here.
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
If its concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it.
I see you.
But close. I can hear it in his voice.
Out of my way!
I see you opening. I see you opening.
They have the same voice line over and over. They don't have enough voice lines. I see your opening. Let me. Allow me. That's what Graha says. Allow me. Allow me.
I see you opening.
Just said that. Come on, give me a chest piece. Of slaying.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Dude, nobody said we were gonna take her literally instantly and not hear what she was saying. Like, nobody said that. That's why I'm so confused. Like, yes, let's hear her finish. But she did finish as well. And she said she was done. It's like no other life forms.
How about you?
What are you talking about?
My way.
Oh.
Have a taste.
Out of my way.
I see you opening.
Oh, flying life forms, an introduction. You can actually read the books in dungeons now. Though it's very rare that there are any. The successful creation of migratory birds which travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. Breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandanu during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpis, a truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. Of slaying again. I'm not gonna get a single tank item. Winged Defiance, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no
wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
To protect Medion, he would go so far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and pain gather to me. Be gone. Ancient brand, unleash your power.
Alright, so we're safe there.
Here's my foe.
My way.
I see you, Opal.
Stars on high. All is rain.
Oh shit! Possible you need to interrupt, that's so rare.
Streams of ether. Surge is one.
I'm not entirely useless.
Have at you!
Out of my way. Dancing winds. Here's my foe.
Have a taste!
Stars on high. All is rain.
My way.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
By my true name, I shall decide all.
No. My power.
They gave me a bracelet. Very cool. And you have what to say? Let us leave the rest to Emmett Silk. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. A merry chase he led us on. They're not very upset, are they?
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now, their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
Oh, you're hooking
Oh,
onto one thing and
beloved
ignoring the rest again.
mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos,
which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor, to the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Fire! Oh, I died.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now? Hello, Yaska.
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Katisis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Doggy.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Halo Infinite is fun. Wow.
Close your
That's
eyes
nice.
and open your mind.
It's a familiar.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
No, it's because we punched him in the head.
Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest. if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it was really obvious that it was going to revolve around Meteion. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Intellikeys. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that. Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Robin, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon. Not gonna lie, personally, Shadowbringers was way more. I haven't really had that many moments here where I felt it was very emotional. Spoilers! It's literally a spoiler. Welcome, friend, to Anagnorosis. I am Socles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are... how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmy, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. No, Charmander. Yeah. Yes? Yes. What can I do for you? Robin, is it? And Overseer Socles wishes me to act as your guide. Oh. Oh, no. I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Anider. Surely there are other more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment, if you like. Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagnorosis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed the circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Socles. Oh. suffering forcing me to do these. Blast? Your name is Blast? Hello, Charmian. Was there something? The Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I am accompanying Robin here on a tour around Anagnerosis, at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Well, feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and I do not take kindly to intruders in their territory. Especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Charmian! Oh, and who is your friend? Asm's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Asm might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Robin. I think we covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Socles. While accompanied. Yeah, can't run away from her. Ah, I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagnerosis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began. With you, Overseer Socles. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? I don't know. Attract some interesting people. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognitive faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Asim's no less. I stand that Emmett Selk is the best character of Final Fantasy XIV. Well, to be honest, before Shadowbringers there weren't really a lot of competition. It's like Gratia and Emmett Selk. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar. If you're familiar with the concept. Fuck you. Oh, just my little joke. Robin, was it? I'm Hippothoe. Mew, mew. Huh? What? Oh, shit. What the fuck? Yes, we're getting to that. Robin, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Ailorus. The Ailori are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the very first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. It's a cat in a vest with wings. It's the vest that has wings. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations. Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Ailorus under my wing, to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This morning we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Alright, little kitty cat, let's go kill some dogs. Mew mew! Follow the Ailorus and try not to fall behind. What do we have first? A Gripsy. Belligerent Gripsy. Belligerent Tree. Mew! The Ailorus alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Are these guys killing my monsters? Oh, okay. They're my monsters. Bam! Blam! 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 Merp! What does merp mean? Yes, we did not kill them, we subdued them. By chopping their heads off. Two more quests. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? I killed a tree and a Gripsy. As I expected. Well done, little one. Yes, it's clap, clap, clap. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too. But it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Aurori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Yep, I'll do that when I finish leveling my monk. First, we have ether currents to unlock. Oop. You are a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Nider, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Anagnarosis, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. I would rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind as to look for her. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomyth's Notos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back. Over there? Let's go pick up the other quest first. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to... Please, tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Asm's familiar? Oh, and I do like the name, Robin. But if you do belong to Asm, then what has become of our visitor from Amarant? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. They keep saying that it's easy to find visitors, but I feel like half of them are not wearing masks. If we go there, we're gonna have to escort her back, so maybe we can get both of them at the same time. Hello, blue-haired student. Yes, can I help you? Oh, wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me. That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I had hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. I thought something this similar as well. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I know. I have business with your friend anyway. I can escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Point and Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? Let's go. See if we can pick up 2 people at the same time. I might not have to bring the other one with me, but we'll see. I've been leveling a little bit of Black Mage on the side. And it's such a satisfying class to play, to be honest. You do a dungeon, and you wait for the tank to finally finish running. And then you pop off 4 flyers in a row. Pretty nice. And then you see your DPS, and you're still like lower than the tank, and then you get sad. Because they're level 90 and are downscaled. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Point Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. I was kind of excited for Summoner, but the new Summoner seems super boring. Like, literally the most brain-dead class in the entire game. Probably, but maybe it has more to offer than that. And it's time! Splunk! More swords! More swords! More swords! Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. And there we go. Let's teleport back instead. Now we can fly. Any second now. Which means it's time to leave the zone. Robin, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. And I'm certainly glad that he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. Huh? What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together, whenever you are ready, Robin. Alright, I'll be back in like 2 weeks. Is that okay with you? Does this weapon have a sheath? It kind of does. Like, it doesn't technically, if you look at it. It really just transforms when you pull it. But it's kind of nice that they kind of made it have a sheath. None of the other swords have one. Honestly, this sword is decent enough that I can just use this forever. I'm fine with this. This is the Garou sword. Which is Power Rangers. More or less. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Mitron in Academia Anida, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that selfsame master. Honestly though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing. But that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Logriff. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. Enamored. We do? This is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost among the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, our reward. You certainly deserve it. You can fly! Or is it there? Hello, Demokritos. Those researchers are from the Academia Anider's worlds of Halmarut. here to observe the state of the local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, especially how much noise they are adding to it with their little debate. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vena, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Blah 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 blah. Yes. Whatever.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him, on us. You may find your world to be very different, or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the Song of Oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
I barely even remember where we were outside of this. We're in the Crystal Tower. And we have just fought back.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
all wrong? Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. all is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
And we're back.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Should at least go say goodbye to Reen before we leave. What the fuck? I just leave like that. Charlie. Hello, fellas. Robin, impeccable timing as always. I've heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away we have had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain, the Hueran Wyant, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they have visited, Locus Amuinus is one of the worst affected. Banker Destinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but still a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Yestola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we have been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gathered, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been for years, if not decades, in the making. Nevertheless, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunat to the people of Ratzat-Han. Following the discussion, Ritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their own mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hunnish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunat. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Robin. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Like taking a nap. Until tomorrow. It's time to stop. But tomorrow, programming stream as usual. Around lunch. Around noon. I want to log out here. It is Tuesday. Let's log out in... Well, we were going to Camp Broken Glass, right? Christmas approaches? Yeah. Despite it being Tuesday or not. No cutscene. Be good. But yeah. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.